Welcome. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin.
Despite the best intentions, 60% of unsolicited goods donated after a disaster end up in landfills. And with 70% of post-disaster giving occurring in the first 2 months, there's little support for long-term recovery. In 2019, Good 360 announced a Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to educate leaders from Fortune 500 companies about how to redesign their post-disaster corporate giving to best meet the needs of affected communities. Now, nearly 100 organizations have pledged to implement corporate giving programs that are needs-based, both immediate relief and long-term recovery focused, and transparent. And as a continuation of this effort, Good 360 is committing to work with companies to donate $500 million in surplus goods to the highest need communities over 2 years, while in the process diverting 40 million pounds of waste from entering landfills. This means that crisis-affected communities will have access to the support and resources they need for their recovery long after the news cycle has moved on. I hope you'll join Good 360 in rethinking your organization's approach to corporate philanthropy.
Please welcome to the stage, Yotam Pulitzer.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Yotam Pulitzer, and I'm the CEO of IsraAid, which is a non-governmental humanitarian organization out of Israel. We respond to crises. We typically send a team in the first 72 hours, but more importantly, we're not only first in, we're last out. So we're staying when we work in areas of crisis for 5 and sometimes even 10 years to help communities become more resilient. A lot of our focus is on island nations. We have been working in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in different countries. We arrived after hurricanes or cyclones, but we stay to work side by side with the community. And before I kind of share my remarks, I want to share with you something that's really sits on me. And that is the fact that we only hear about these beautiful countries in 2 occasions: when we plan our next vacation or when they get hit by a hurricane or a cyclone. Unfortunately, when they get hit, the attention is very limited, and we know that media attention equals to donor attention, equals to volunteer attention, equals to political attention, but the attention is typically for 2 days, 3 days, maybe a week, and then people move on to the next tweet. Unfortunately, for the communities living in these island nations, climate change is already here. They are already suffering from the consequences of climate change. And I think in this session, you'll have a chance to hear from many of these leaders from these communities. So I want to share with you a quick story about our work in Dominica. Not Dominican Republic, Dominica. It's a country, it's a beautiful country in the Caribbean. There are 70,000 people there. And in 2017, Hurricane Maria hit Dominica and destroyed 95% of the island. We arrived there right after the hurricane, and we are still there. We are still there working side by side with the community and with the government and with philanthropists. The most important one is the Beverly Foundation, and we work side by side with them to make sure Dominica is the first climate resilient nation. And what does it actually mean? It means that we need to work on education. We need to help the schools prepare for future disasters. We need to help the health system. We need to help livelihood. We work with tech companies. We want to make sure that people stay on the island and develop it further. I really want to thank CGI for giving me and us the opportunity to discuss and to share the resilient and the amazing communities we have on this island nation. Thank you very much.
Please join in welcoming Anthea McLaughlin.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed, and it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm the CEO of Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, a women-led regional organization. And while the Caribbean accounts for a tiny part of greenhouse gas emissions globally, it's disproportionately more vulnerable to climate change. Rising sea levels erode the very shores that define us, while hurricanes, increasingly fierce and frequent, leave devastation behind. These challenges aren't just environmental, they're existential, especially for our women on the front lines. Caribbean women shoulder an unjustly heavy burden in the face of climate change, exasperated by long-standing inequities, and often endure displacement and grapple with restricted access to critical resources like land, credit, and technology. According to the World Bank, in some Caribbean countries, women own less than 20% of agricultural land. In 2019, the UN Convention urged gender inclusion for climate resilience and support to local organizations implementing gender-responsive strategies. And according to UN Women, women are more likely left behind, left out, and are caught up in a cycle of neglect. But this vulnerability is their strength. Without women, we know for sure that we cannot effectively combat climate change. Their unique perspectives, their roles and contributions are indispensable, and we will be working with implementing partners across the Caribbean to tap into the resilience, resourcefulness, and leadership that women bring to the table. We are announcing here today a Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to raise $2 million for women-led initiatives by the end of 2024, and to double that fundraising target in 5 years. We'll be creating an ecosystem of philanthropy stakeholders to work together to analyze philanthropic distribution, funding in the region, starting with Tide Center Shared Innovative Funder Database. We will convene Global North, the Global South, philanthropic communities to bridge funding gaps and streamline resources for organizations that provide gender-responsive services. And we will also encourage NGOs to collaboratively seek fundings together as a bloc, and of course, provide targeted capacity building and training resources to women who engage in innovative solutions to combat climate change. So we all know that Caribbean women are resilient solution builders, vital for our environmental sustainable future. So let's invest in them to ensure a more climate resilient Caribbean. So thank you so much.
Please give a warm welcome to Fernando Zuniga.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fernando Zuniga. I'm representing today MPC Capital. And today I'm honored to present the progress of our commitment to action. Back in 2020, at the CGI conference in Puerto Rico, we committed to raise and invest 90 million USD in renewable energy projects across the Caribbean basin. Since then, we have made progress in achieving our commitment. First of all, our MPC Caribbean Clean Energy Fund has been investing in renewable energy projects in the region, including solar projects in Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, and wind farms in Costa Rica. Secondly, in 2021, we launched MPC Energy Solutions, a new renewable energy investment platforms, which raised 100 million USD from institutional investors, and we were able to list the company in the Oslo Stock Exchange. With this, we succeeded by raising additional 10 million USD from our original commitment. And with this, we have been able to keep developing and investing in renewable energy projects in other countries such as Puerto Rico, Mexico, Colombia, and St. Kitts. We have also allocated other investments in other infrastructures, and we're willing to do more in the coming years. We believe that everyone deserves access to reliable and affordable energy, and our commitment to action towards renewable energy in the Caribbean aims to achieve just that. We are very proud of our progress towards this goal and look forward to continuing our commitment towards a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Dennis O'Brien.
Honourable Minister Silk, fellow panellists and guests. Jacqueline Charles, thank you very much for moderating this session today. Jacqueline is the authoritative voice on everything to do with the Caribbean and has written also very widely on what's happening in Haiti. I'm pleased to be opening this important conversation on island nations, which are the world's most vulnerable communities and sit on the front lines of the global climate change and crisis. These countries have urgent needs in their race to prepare for the future, adapt to the present, and respond to multiple current crises. Today, many of these countries are incubators of innovation, offering promising lessons and approaches to inform the rest of the world on how to cope with climate change. At Digicel, we've invested in most of the island states in the Caribbean and also the Pacific region. And these countries and regions are disproportionately impacted by climate crisis. Sadly, wealthy nations have polluted the world, and islands are bearing the frontline brunt of this. Yesterday, at President Clinton's roundtable, I said that 40 million people are living in a washing machine. Each year, with a greater frequency of storms and stronger forces, the people of the Caribbean suffer more than anywhere else in the world. Before, during, and after a disaster, reliable communications are essential. This allows first responders, government agencies, and organizations to work together efficiently to support communities affected. Timely and accurate communication can save lives, and we've seen multiple examples of this over the last 20 years. Clear instructions and warnings can help people evacuate dangerous areas and seek shelter where necessary. Effective communication also helps in the allocation of emergency resources such as water, food, medical supplies, and personnel. It prevents a duplication of efforts and ensures that resources are distributed where they are most needed. After a hurricane, communication is also essential for coordinating efforts to restore critical infrastructure and expedites the recovery process in general. Digicel plays a role in providing emergency services during and after disasters for our customers. We work to ensure that our mobile networks remain operational or are restored on average between 4 and 6 hours in affected areas. Over the years, Digicel has collaborated with disaster response organisations, in fact some of them are in this room, including government agencies and NGOs, to provide communication support and resources during crises, and has prioritised engaging with local communities to understand their specific needs. From chairing the Clinton Global Initiative Haiti Action Network in the aftermath of the 2008 hurricane and the devastating earthquake in 2010, we have all learned the importance of focusing on the critical role of building long-term committed coalitions of partners to coordinate and deliver relief and respond to the needs at that time, but also the process of reconstruction. Similarly, I saw how collaborative response efforts worked across the Caribbean region in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, which caused so many countries and communities unimaginable loss. Nations like Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda faced the overwhelming challenges of providing immediate life-saving support through restoration of power and urgent medical needs, while also turning their attention to the unprecedented task of rebuilding in places at far too frequent risk of further disasters. Unfortunately, despite the Caribbean and the Pacific Islands' low impact on the actual causes of climate change, they are enduring the most climate disruptions, which continue to increase in numbers and gravity. Wealthy countries are literally wrecking poor island states. Building resiliency is expensive, and the cost of recovery from natural disasters even more so, putting many of these countries in debt and encouraging increased migration in the region. In 2017 alone, Dominica lost the equivalent of 253% of its GDP because of Hurricane Maria. This was just 2 years after it lost the equivalent of 92% of its GDP during Hurricane Erika. It's very difficult to see how island states with debt to GDP of more than 80 to 100% can actually fund projects paying an interest rate of 14% to build resilience in their countries. So something has to give. There needs to be a new order, new thinking around this. Otherwise, these communities will never build and prepare for the disasters of the future. Nonetheless, because island nations are seeing the realities of climate change play out daily, and from facing more frequent disasters to grappling with longer-term climate impacts on their economies, environments and social infrastructure, they know what is at stake, and they are already stepping up to act. Sadly, not many people in the wealthy world care that much about island states, but hopefully this is changing. I'm delighted to see the commitment from countries such as Jamaica, Barbados, Dominica and the Bahamas, who stand out for their ambitious plans to reduce their emissions and invest in more climate-resilient infrastructure. We can all learn from them. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing more from the leaders of this session now. Thank you.
Please join in welcoming Jacqueline Charles.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm a reporter at the Miami Herald. I cover the Caribbean, and I actually happen to be from a small island that is also at risk of climate change. I'm usually the person that goes in after the disaster. Today, I'm excited, though, about this panel, this discussion, because while we've heard a lot of doomsday scenario about disappearing islands, rising, sea levels and warming temperatures. The reality also is that in a lot of these places, people aren't sort of waiting for that to happen, and they're taking action. And so I'm just going to introduce you to our panel so we can get on with our conversation. First, we're going to have the Honorable John Silk, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marshall Islands, if you can come up. Then we also have Aholotu Palo, who is the CEO of Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Company. Please come up. And then we have Deanna James, President of St. Croix Community Foundation. And we also have Jeremy Ragan, who's a youth activist and climate justice activist. So if all of you can come up, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start with you, Minister Silk, because every time we hear about the Marshall Islands, it's always sort of this doomsday scenario. But beyond your commitment for 100% renewable energy by 2059, what else is taking place there to mitigate against the risk of climate change?
Well, good morning to you and good morning to all of you, the audience. Thank you for inviting me to this important panel of discussion. One of the things that we have been working on, and we're hopeful that we'll launch it at the in the next few months at the in UAE, is our what we call our National Adaptation Plan, which is really our survival plan. We call it our survival plan. And in it, it includes a lot of steps, plans that we need to implement in order to basically make sure that we don't have to migrate from our country. A part of that includes building seawalls. But building seawalls, the Marshall Islands, just to give you an example, Marshall Islands is the islands are spread out over 800,000 square miles of water. And most are 2 meters above sea level, all the islands. So it's very, if you want to build a seawall, you have to decide which island to build a seawall on, which island to save, and which islands to let go, because you're talking billions of dollars if you're going to invest in seawalls to make sure that the sea level rise doesn't come up and wash over the islands. But even if you build seawalls, with the sea level rise, it may come through the any leakage in the wall and inundate the islands itself. So in that plan, we also anticipate the issue of what do we do with how do we address the issue of loss and damage, because loss to us is not just financial losses, economic loss, but cultural loss. If people have to migrate from their own home island to another place, even in the part of the Marshall Islands, because our culture is based on where we are from and which island we're from. So even if you go to another part of the Marshall Islands where we build a seawall and we bring our people there, they will never feel at home, because it's not where they were born, it's not where their culture is from. So that's one of the things that we are trying to factor into the question of loss and damage. How do we decide at what point during this crisis we decide that we have to let go of some islands? And how do we explain to our population that we have to move you from that island to this island because we can't save all of the islands?
Deanna, this is very familiar to you because you also, not just in your work in St. Croix at USVI, but you also have traveled and this issue has come up. But I'm wondering, in the grant making that you guys are doing at the USVI, what are some innovative ways that you're finding that community-based organizations are trying to mitigate against this risk and respond?
So I think less of focus on specific individual initiatives and more focus on ways of being. And so one of the things that's really interesting about St. Croix Foundation is that we were founded in disaster. We were founded on the heels of Hurricane Hugo. And when I joined the foundation, and then years later, I'm now heading the foundation, I didn't really understand the incredible wisdom of our founders in designing community philanthropy differently, and really centering our work around building social infrastructure. So we serve as the primary fiscal sponsor for nonprofit organizations, and really recognizing the role of philanthropy in building a really strong third sector. One of the things that I did when I took over the helm of the foundation was to go deeper than just fiscal sponsorship and building a consortium of nonprofits and inviting over 50 nonprofits to sit in a room together to begin building trust and collaborative culture. And we had launched that initiative almost exactly a year to the day of Hurricane Maria. Hurricane Maria was really enlightening and illuminating for me also to understand like how powerful our founders were in thinking through what our community needed a philanthropy to look like. They built really resilient systems around the foundation in terms of like solar powered our headquarters. They asked the government to bury all the utilities around our headquarters in a central part of a historic town. And immediately after Hurricane Maria, all of the nonprofits that we had started convening on our office, and our office became a hub. And it was really a transformative experience for us to sit in a room, organizations in 4 different sectors: youth and education, health and human services, the environment, and arts and culture, sitting in one space and trying to figure out like big problems together.
Did you find that governments responded to the requests? Did the government, like for instance, burying the utility
Oh, yes,
lines?
they did. Yes, so we worked with government to do that. And that had been done actually 10 years prior to Hurricane Maria. And so to sort of really understand our role as not being sort of this siloed, thought leader, but also, and more importantly, a convener and a facilitator for community organizations to actually come together and to be able to hold space for them to think through problems. And so almost every single investment we made, every single initiative that came out of that space of deep collaboration was ended up being some of the most successful things that the organization had done in our 33 years of being in service. And what was really powerful is that we were sitting together trying to think through, solar and energy independence and thinking about food sovereignty and all these like really big issues together. And some dynamic initiatives came out of this around solar powering certain community centers. And we launched a farm stand initiative for our farmers who had almost no supports in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria. And it was challenging for us. In addition, is that the short attention span of national philanthropy is that all the focus was on Puerto Rico, not recognizing that St. Croix in particular had taken a direct hit from Category 5 Maria, while Puerto Rico got Category 4. And so we had to figure out a lot of things on our own without the national spotlight and without the national philanthropic investment. And the testimony of the way in which we work now is that the next crisis, as we were thinking through what we would invest in, we were thinking of the next hurricane and never conceiving that the next crisis would be a global pandemic. And yet every single investment that we made, the design of every single project that we conceived together provided the most important supports for vulnerable populations during COVID. And so what an incredible testimony of not just what we conceive, but how we conceive and how we convene people to think through, because I think the lesson is that we don't know what the next crisis will be. And so we can sit here today and try to design the best, project or strategy for the last crisis. And if you haven't brought the people to a place of like being able to work together and to collaborate in a like really meaningful and trust-based way, I think all of our communities are even more vulnerable than they are now. And so I think for us, the investment that we've made since Maria is really how do we continue to hold this space? How do we build the trust? How do we really invest? And one of the things we've invested in is systems thinking, and how do we sort of move from a siloed and sort of approach to the work that we do and how we support our nonprofit partners to really thinking of how do we invest in the intersections of all of their work and the interrelationship between how individual organizations are working.
Thank you. Jeremy, you've done a lot. You're on the ground, you've raised money, you've removed plastic from beaches and reprocessed a significant amount of collected litter. And the Seychelles are also being threatened. Do you see anything in what you've done or that's taking place that can be scaled up and exported elsewhere?
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I think with Seychelles and thinking of the larger community that are islands, I think it's been rightly pointed out, we're tiny in the sense of where we are and how small we are, but what we do is replicable. And I think a friend of mine yesterday, the CEO of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust, and the debt for nature swap is something that we're already seeing. I believe it's in Belize and several other countries where we're seeing debt for nature swaps happen with the ocean. So that's something since 2012 going into 2014, and as of 2020, you see that process really get into a place where 30% of our ocean is now being protected, and we're now trying to find the money to basically protect this vast amount of ocean that is about the size of Germany. And I think with Seychelles, when we're talking about these large-scale things, we need to look at people on the ground and how they basically are involved with these things. So I know the Clinton Foundation has actually been very supportive with helping Seychelles establish its first floating solar power system, and one that's actually been tested out in a lagoon that is, got added challenges of being saline. So how do you basically have technology that's going to be resilient over time to things like the ocean, and how are small islands basically going to use these technologies to overcome structural barriers? Because for us, land is an issue. Being able to survive storms and slow onset events like sea level rise. These are things that we're going to have to plan over time. So there are many examples, but I think what I've really seen in the last year as part of the Alliance of Small Island States Fellowship is convening small island states together, learning from each other. So from our friends in the Pacific, from our friends in the Caribbean, our stories, in Seychelles and the Indian Ocean, we're not dissimilar. Seychelles might have a little bit of time, in terms of how these disasters are impacting us. It's not as if we're affected by hurricanes as it is in the Pacific, as it is in the Caribbean. But we look at these things and we say, what are we going to do? How are we learning from our brothers and sisters in these faraway places? And for the young people, I can really tell you, I'm 29, so I might be moving out of that category very quickly. But I've got friends who are, they look at these problems, they're not turned away from it. They're actually going straight into these things. So I have a great friend who's currently finding themselves within the UN Secretary General's team, advising and giving these kind of insights that I think if you're not coming from these islands, you're not able to see those case studies. So I think we're not staying quiet. I think we're not staying in our place. We're moving about. Some friends on the island still fighting the fight that needs to be fought. But we're moving around the world and making people know what we're doing.
Thank you. Hello to a lot's been said about insurance, and in this country we are dealing with it. I live in Florida, and I see my bill. Traditional insurance, you pay a premium, you get hit, and hopefully you get a payout. But you're into parametric insurance. Tell us about that and why you believe that it is part of the solution as opposed to the problem when we're talking about climate change.
Thank you, Jackie. Because this is the first time for me to attend this meeting, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Clinton Global Initiative for inviting us to be here. representing the Pacific in this forum. And thank you also for the audience for coming in and listening. Before 2016, that's the year that the company was established by the leaders of the Pacific. There were two things that was clearly in the mind of the Pacific at the time. One, there's a lack of understanding from educational perspective in terms of there's a lack in the market. You know, there's no one who's providing parametric insurance, immediate liquidity, that's what it meant. Immediate liquidity transactions to the countries post-disaster. Within 10 days of post-disaster, there's the whole idea of parametric insurance. You know, the product or the model being used is already pre-designed, predetermined based on a loss assessment, historical information. And then if disaster strikes to that particular country, if they pay a premium and the triggers are activated, the transactions of the liquidity, it will initiate it immediately. But there was understanding. Two things also, it was also understanding at the time, you know, because of the lack of education, so understanding parametric and also the lack in the market, the leader decided to establish this company. It was premised on something that we call scalable solutions. And that scalable solutions was also coming from a walk the dog approach. We can't sit around and do nothing in the Pacific while waiting for the global north to provide us the support. We have to create some sort of a vehicle so that they can mobilize resources, respond to disaster, and provide financial protections to our people on the ground. The scalable solution that we were using at the time was categorized into three areas: scale up, scale out, scale deep. Scale up meaning the company service that we offer to the countries has to be part of the policy conversation, has to be part of the policy designing and policy conversations on the ground, and also in the regional level and international level. And that's why I'm here, as part of the conversations, because for so many years we've been sitting in the islands, we haven't heard anyone who can get up and support us. We have to get up and support ourselves first before we reach out to the global north. Second, what I meant by scaling out, meaning that the policy of the service that we offer to the countries, it's inclusive. It's include everyone, not just for a particular segment, not just for sovereign product that we are providing, but also to private sectors, civil society, SOEs. Scale deep meaning that we have to change the service that we offer. We have to change the mindset of the people on the ground, our own citizens. Because when you speak about insurance, in their mind it's all about costs. Oh man, it costs us so much. No, I won't pay in my insurance because I need to pay the education of my kids. I need to pay my social obligation, the family, the church, the religions, all these things. So there's also a second or maybe the last idea of to pay your insurance. It's not really an insurance, it's a risk-pool insurance. We are established to provide, to take the risk of the countries, disaster risk, and then we send it to the international market. So we wanted, the leaders back then established the company for the fact to change that mindset, from being reactive to being more proactive. Our people in the region I think it's in our DNA with respect to the Honorable Minister of Marshall Islands. It's in our DNA that we just wait because a disaster happened, we just wait because donors will fly in their big ship with all the in-kinds, with all the cash, like what it was alluded to earlier on. When disaster strike, that's when the political attentions and the donor attentions target into that particular country. And then after a few days, they disappeared. So what we were doing right now, we established this company to make sure that we stay on ground and try to change the mindset. So we were established financially and technically supported by the World Bank. Now the World Bank have divorced us last December. We are independently operating right now. And then we are calling the global north because premium is getting expensive because we are going to the international market. If there's an intention to provide premium subsidizations, resources to us to subsidize the premium for the countries in the Pacific, Germany has agreed to give us 10 million euro, 9 million euro to the company, and that's for providing subsidizations for the premium for the countries in the Pacific. And Marshall Islands is also a member and a policy holder of the company. Thank you.
Great. We're going to go through a couple quick rounds of some questions I have for each of you. We're going to start with the word resilience, Honorable Minister. This word is used a lot, so much so that it has grown to encompass much more than just climate response. Some believe it is detriment to the response for help. What are your thoughts? Is it overused, the word resilience, when we talk about these islands?
No, resilience is an important word that actually is in our survival plan. Let me premise what I'm going to say, because the Marshall Islands is kind of a unique situation. It's not only isolated like the rest of the Pacific countries, but it's also a survival in itself. We learned from the past. There were 67 nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands from 1948 to 1946 to 1958. 67 nuclear tests. Some of us have to move away from some of these islands to make way for the testing, and have never gone back. And some of us can't go back because the islands are contaminated. So we have learned, and we have part of our plan is to how to accommodate these people that can't go back. What do we do with their islands that are useless? These people are dispersed throughout the Marshall Islands and in the United States as well. And so for us, we have learned from the past, and we have incorporated what we have learned from the past into our survival plan. Because now we're not only faced with the legacy of the nuclear testing, but we're now faced with climate change and sea level rise. Sea level rise to us with 2 meters above sea level, that's a death warrant for us. So that's why we're trying to engage with the rest of the world to show the world that we are not sitting back and waiting for the world to help us. We are trying to help ourselves by learning from the past and putting into in fact, our survival plan, what they call it NAP, National Adaptation Plan. But for us, it's a survival plan. And one of the islands that they use for the testing is called Bikini. Ironically, this is where the swimming trunk or the bikini, what you call it, bikini, came from. It's from that island. So really, those people in that island should get a royalty for the word. So that it's part of our plan to get some money for them because they can't go back. So we could use that money to help them live a different life. But yeah, I'm sorry if I took.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I like this kind of conversation. I try to tell these stories because it's not stories that are trying to elicit sympathy from you. But these are facts that I want to present to all of you, so that we can work together. How can we accommodate? How can we help? How can we get the rest of the world, the government and private sector, contribute so that we can all work together to make sure that we don't leave our country. Because at the end of the day, you will never, even if you migrate to the United States or anywhere else, for our culture, you can't feel at home until you're back where your culture is, and you can't go anywhere. A number of us have migrated to the United States because they can't go back to their home island, like Bikini or Eniwetok, where the testing had taken place. I have a grandson. Lucky for us, he's not from Bikini or Eniwetok, but he's from the Marshall Islands. And when he was about 6 years old, he came to my house, which is right next to the ocean. So we were sitting there. It's a Sunday afternoon. We were sitting there, and it was kind of a season of the year when the waves are high. So the tides were high, and the waves came in all the way to near my house. And my grandson said, "Well, Grandpa, we should move somewhere. Your house is going to be under the water." I said, "Well, we have no place to go." So anyway, he's grown up. He's now in junior high. He's living in Hawaii with his parents. And so when I was coming here for this conference, UN, I stopped at his parents' place, and he was there, and he said, "Oh, Grandpa, where are you going?" I'm going to the United States. I'm going to New York to attend these UN General Assembly and other meetings taking place there on climate. And we said, "Oh," and does that mean that we have a solution now? That the island won't sink?
Wow.
I don't know. It's going to take a long while to get there, but hopefully one day we will have the solution. But the solution right now is 1.5 to stay alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna, USVI, I'm going to change my question for you because the minister brought up an important point. How do we get, countries like the US and others to pay attention and to do more? In 1 minute.
That's a difficult question. We have to demand more. I mean, I think that's a huge part of the challenge for us. And I always say that this colonial construct under which we exist in the U.S. Virgin Islands as a territory colony is both an opportunity and a challenge. A challenge because I think colonial consciousness yields complacency. And so the strategies that are being employed by island nations throughout the Caribbean that are independent have a much greater sense of urgency around them. So I sit here as an island in the Caribbean that is moving in the opposite direction that most islands in the Caribbean are moving in, where our government is fighting ferociously to restart an oil refinery, one of the largest oil refineries in the Western Hemisphere. I sit as a representative of an island that has been victim to one of the largest oil spills in American history, to the tune of 43 million gallons of oil that sits in underground freshwater aquifer. And so when I speak about the work that we're doing and the way that we exist in trying to support our nonprofits, those are the frontline soldiers that are fighting to disrupt and deconstruct old systems and to build new systems. And so we have become a lot more radicalized than I think traditional philanthropy, because we have to be. And we do so at the risk of a highly punitive government. And so the way that we support our nonprofits, the way that we have to provide cover, Darren Walker talked yesterday about the risk aversion of national philanthropy. We don't have the luxury as a grassroots place-based foundation to operate like that. And so we are fighting to try to move in the direction that other independent islands in the Caribbean are moving, but it's a difficult exercise for us because of the colonial framework under which we exist in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Jeremy, I'm going to just amend the question for you a little bit, because the Seychelles has really been at the forefront in terms of the blue economy. But yet, when we look at fishermen that are there, they've formed an association, and they're still trying to figure out how to tap this money. And we see this in disaster responses, right? There's money that's being pledged or that's available, but it doesn't trickle down to the grassroots. So when we have that kind of reality, how do we get the outside world to pay attention, or even our own governments to do more?
I think the question here is one where, what do people see in Seychelles? I think it was brought out before in terms of it's a tourism destination, and this is where you go. But let's say we look at the industrial fisheries, and we look at skipjack and yellowfin, and they amount to quite a significant amount of what the EU basically consumes in terms of fish. And I think we have local scale fishermen, artisanal fishermen, who basically have fed their population, fed our country for a while, but they see these large purse seiners. We're talking huge boats, go throughout the sea and collect the tuna, but also collect endangered species, collect sharks, indiscriminately really having an impact on their ecosystem, our ecosystems, and on our livelihoods. So the blue economy is one, yes, that's fisheries. It's one that also is tourism, and we need to see how do these sometimes very extractive, sometimes it's service-oriented, hotels or fishing companies give back or reinvest. And I think it's been quite interesting that the government has put in place a sustainable tourism levy in that sense, where we're charging somewhere between $2 to $5 to $7 per night on a hotel room per person. And the introduction of this in Seychelles is not unique. I think there's about 41 other jurisdictions. I think Antigua and Barbuda, another one, has just actually passed this. And so we're seeing in a place like Seychelles, where we expect for our nationally determined contribution for climate adaptation is going to be something like $300 million, and the total with mitigation something like $600 million. To get there, we're seeing this levy, this tax, maybe add about somewhere between $15 to $20 million per year that the government Seychelles would not be able to collect otherwise. So for the same thing for tourism, we need to see that how these externalities that tourism or fisheries, how they have these impacts, how can they be returned into the country in terms of, reinvesting now in adaptation and our resilience as we're talking about. And I think we really need to make people understand that, what ends up on our plate, what ends up being a holiday destination, how you're connected to it, that's just the invitation to understand what's going on. It's already taking place in some countries. I think in the US context, you look at a state like Florida, according to Deutsche Bank, after the next storm, it'll be uninsurable. So these things are, let's look at us, let's look at how we fit into your lives already, but understand this will be you soon. And what can you do to help us will help you in the future.
Thank you. Hello, too. What keeps you up at night?
That's a good question, Jackie, but let me start by trying to answer your questions by distinguishing traditional insurance and sovereign insurance. Yeah. We are not a traditional insurance that we offer policies to individuals for fire, car, or something like that. We don't do that. We only provide insurance cover to sovereign countries through governments. So government has to pay the premium to us, and then we take it to the market. And then if there's disaster strike and the triggers are activated, then transaction of the liquidity, immediate liquidity is initiated. So two things keep me awake at night. One, if there's a disaster and then there is no payout to the countries, because it's basically based on a trigger being redesigned, based on scientific and historical information on the ground. And then the politicians would love to hear if there's no payout, they will come and politicize the whole process. So that's the first one. Second, if a country comes back to us and say, we don't have the resources, given the response to the COVID, we have faced that. The countries come back to us and say, sorry, we don't have a penny to spare to cover for our premium. Will you be able to cover that from anywhere? So that's what we took to the market, took to the countries like Germany, US, and UK to give us the resources so that we can subsidize. So these countries being financially protected. So we're lucky because of that opportunity provided by Germany. We are hoping that the Global North, the whole Global North, will be able to look at us as one of the solutions. We are not a panacea. We are not the only solution providing this in the regions. The World Bank, ADB, and others are also providing that. But they are not the panacea of the whole to address the concern of the costs of this disaster. But we fully understand that. We are not the only solution, but we are one of the solutions can provide a quick liquidity. Because when it comes to building resilience, it's all about whether that country, particularly a persons or a country, have the ability to respond immediately post-disasters. So that's what I meant by building resilience. If you be able to have the resource to provide that you can be able to respond immediately to, the post-disaster, you can be able to regionalize your country and the people being affected. So that's the two things that get me awake in the night.
Thank you. Jeremy, young people today are very much focused, on this, on climate change and the activism. You talk a lot about climate justice. I mean, how do you define climate justice?
In the context of islands like Seychelles, you have to remember, looking back at our history, a lot of us were brought there against our will. And now we're being in a case where we'll leave against our will. And so when we think about justice, we have to accept that something wrong has happened, but we have to understand there's opportunity to either right that. And, a lot of what has happened around the UNFCCC process, around the, climate change talks, is 30 years of something like loss and damage being fought to be put onto the agenda. And, this outdates my life. But now we're starting to see something like this mechanism put on the agenda. And I think it's really important for us not to look at this as only a way to it shouldn't just be seen as compensation or reparations, but it can be a mechanism for what we talk about polluters pay. Why are we allowing subsidies to go, to the tune of 300 billion a year, 600 billion a year to some of the most profitable companies in the world when we're thinking about it? That is injustice. That taxpayers' money should be going to protect people in their countries or otherwise outside of the countries. So justice really understands that something has happened, and we have the opportunity to do something, and we need to shift our mindsets, shift our resources and our priorities to what's right. And I think that's not unprofitable. that's actually an opportunity to really save what we have.
Deanna, when you're working with grassroots groups in the USVI, and we're listening to the minister talk about the Marshall Islands, it's not just the disappearing of an island, but culture. You know, when we're in these islands, we're related, we're connected. Do people get it? Do they understand that the impact of climate change is not just the buildings falling or, you know, the disaster, but that the threat, the fabric?
Absolutely. I think part of like that oil refinery that I mentioned is such a huge story for St. Croix because the government, both federal and local government, destroyed thousands of acres of agricultural land that farmers were trying to plan on and to build an agriculture industry, to build a refinery. And so there is this deep-seated understanding of what was lost and what the cost has been now, 60 years later. And so I think that the culture, I think of people, particularly on the island of St. Croix, which is the largest of the 3 Virgin Islands, and has been the sacrifice zone for the entire territory, where an industrial, development took place mainly on the island of St. Croix. There is a deep connection to land. And so what is happening every single day, just record heat, sea level rise. I think people on the island of St. Croix in particular are very acutely aware of what is at stake. And so, and deeply connected to ancestral ways of being and thinking about like what well-being is for us as islanders and as African descendants.
All right. Thank you guys very much for joining us. I mean, this is a conversation. It's an important conversation. I wish it could be longer because I think that there's so much more to say beyond, what we've been talking about, the big issue in terms of getting countries to, to address what's happening in these islands and understanding, how fertilizer use and, the Midwest is affecting fishermen in St. Croix or elsewhere. So again, I want to thank our guest, Honorable Silk. Thank you so much. This has been very enlightening with the Marshall Islands and what's going on. Deanna James, USVI, continue your work. Hello to, I'm going to be looking very carefully now with parametric insurance, but we'll be talking about that. And Jeremy, I mean, thank you, in terms of being a young person and being on the front lines of this and your activism. It is greatly appreciated. And again, thank you everyone for joining us here this morning.
Thank you for joining this session. Please make your way to the next session at the main stage.
renewable energies, and all of that entails, which are very important and very a critical pathway to solving the issues. But there are other pathways, equally important, equally effective, and that we actually need to approach all of them with the respect that they all need. And that is one of them is nature-based solution. What is that? How do we go about it? How do business engage in it? How does civil society engage with it? Is the discussion of our panels today. But before we go there, I want to introduce us to few commitment makers who have done commitments in the past, and they are here today to report on their commitments. And I'm starting with Dr. Sarah Otterstrom, Executive Director of Paso Pacifico, to report to us about her commitment in the last year. Welcome.
This is a new commitment, but I'd like you to all meet Ricardo. Each day before leaving home, Ricardo reaches for a technological wonder, a tool used by indigenous peoples of Mesoamerica for generations. It is a symbol of ingenuity and freedom. Richard is equipped with his machete, or a large steel knife. When used for good, the machete represents the power to rebuild forests. Those who master it know how each plant or tree species grow from shoots and how to reduce weedy plants that compete with growing crops and trees. Small-scale and indigenous farmers are the reforestation experts we need. They possess great wisdom for feeding families and shaping their environment. They hold the key to climate resilience. Yet, there's a risk their wisdom will fade as younger generations migrate to cities. Meet Sylvia. Sylvia is 23 years old and left her rural town to pursue opportunities in the city. She is a master of digital technology, which she uses to maintain social ties with her hometown. Sylvia is part of the next generation who cares deeply about the planet and who wants to take action. Enter the Machete Project, a digital platform for sharing the wisdom of our elders with the next generation. Through the Machete Project, Sylvia learns, listens, and documents reforestation techniques shared by Ricardo. She is empowered as a citizen scientist and visual storyteller to collect data and record climate and biodiversity impacts made by Ricardo. Thanks to the Clinton Foundation, Paso Pacifico, together with our commitment partners, SoftServe Inc., Ashoka Aspire, and Societal Thinking, is announcing our commitment to action to engage 300,000 youth through the Machete digital platform, Machete Project digital platform. Through this commitment, 1.5 million farmers will remove 30 million tons of greenhouse and atmospheric carbon through micro-reforestation. Together, we can use the power of the machete to restore dignity, ensure cross-generational bonds, and build a sense of purpose for a more sustainable and resilient future.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Otterson. Now I would like to ask Elizabeth Valenzuela from Fondo Acción to give us a progress report on her previous commitment.
Thank you so much. I'm Elizabeth Valenzuela, Technical Director of Fondo Acción. We are a Colombian private fund that designs and invests in sustainable projects to protect biodiversity, tackle climate change, and promote the development of children. We believe in the catalytic power of women and children to increase climate resilience in their communities by designing a long-term financial mechanism and establishing partnerships to support local ideas with financial and technical resources. Women and children are the most vulnerable because of their societal roles and specific needs. At the same time, women are the caretakers of their communities. and children possess transformative ideas and behaviors that can reclaim what has been destroyed. Our commitment to action, launching the Climate Action Fund for Children and Women in Colombia, is about creating a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable world for them. We allied with 2 corporate Colombian companies to take action together, and we selected 8 projects that will be held with indigenous communities in the most at-risk regions of the country for climate change events. With these projects, we will restore watershed and coastal ecosystems to ensure clean water, establish self-sustaining agriculture to ensure food security, and create risk management committees in communities and schools to increase capacities to respond to natural disasters and climate events. Women and children are not only vulnerable populations, but also frontline leaders in the fight against climate change that must be empowered to act. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you so much. And now we go to Puerto Rico. We have with us Fernando Llaveras from Para la Naturaleza, a sister organization of the Puerto Rico Conservation Trust. So, Fernando, how are you doing?
Good, and thank you, Synap, for this introduction, and thank you for the Clinton Global Initiative.
Fantastic. Fernando, tell us, please introduce yourself and share a little bit about what are you looking at, or what is behind you, rather.
This is one of our nature reserve. Para Naturaleza is an NGO that has protected close to 40,000 acres now throughout the islands of Puerto Rico. And this is one of them. This is Hacienda La Esperanza in Manatí, Puerto Rico. And so we have here about 2,300 acre of valley, coastal valleys and karst region here. So this is one of our biggest tree nurseries right now, and that's why we're here.
Fantastic. Can you tell us about your 2018 commitment, and what was it, and how was it progressing in the long term?
Sure. Just to give you a very quick background, Puerto Rico in the 1920s deforested about 94% of the island due to mainly traditional agricultural practices. So there was a huge biodiversity loss during the more than a century. And this project, it's really aimed initially at bringing back the biodiversity. So we started, in 1989 with Hurricane Hugo. And so you have an idea, Hurricane Maria in 2017, the U.S. Forest Service estimate is about 144 million trees were killed by that hurricane. So the need for reforestation not only crosses the need to reintroduce species. At that time, we were planting about 100 out of the 550 species that we have native and endemic. Now we have grown to 354 native and endemic species. So we are really bringing back the biological genetics of our forest, and but also the coastal erosion, the river erosion that has really benefited from all this reforestation that is going on, and as well as the carbon sequestration that this brings about. So there's a lot of benefit in this project, and that's what moved us to make this commitment with the Clinton Global Initiative of planting 750,000 trees during a 7-year period. Excellent. Right now, we are at 350,000 trees. We have engaged about 14,000 volunteers. We're working with 20 public schools and 33 community centers throughout the islands that are also joining us in the reforestation efforts. And in the next couple of weeks, actually in 2 weeks, we're going to have a massive distribution project of really giving away 25,000 trees to the population, to the general population, to become partners in this initiative.
Excellent, excellent. And I have one last quick question. How was the community impacted or engaged even in this project?
Well, you can imagine we have about 20,000 students engaged. We have these 33 communities engaged. So they really have been directly impacted, and they have become partners of this effort. So there's so much gain for their communities and for their well-being as well. And I should point out that the Clinton Global Initiative has been an incredible support through its network. So we have had a lot of donors that has really gained traction and supported us. So thank you, all of you there that really are supporting reforestation throughout the world, but this is probably the most important thing we can do right now.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your presence here. Round of applause for all our commitment makers and progress reports. And now I want to start with our first panel discussion, which will be, again, everything we're talking today is about nature-based solution. We'll start with the discussion with more business focus, and then we'll move to civil society and the public sector. And with that, I ask for your help in welcoming Laura Korp, Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company, Andres Estevez, Senior Partner and Chairman of BTG Pactual, and Dr. Deborah Lawrence, Chief Scientist at Calyx Global. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to start with Dr. Lawrence, if you don't mind. When we talk about carbon offsets, there are many forms to choose from the market. Can you briefly share a bit about the importance of these varied approaches to nature-based solutions?
I'd be delighted. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here. Nature provides three big kinds of solutions: what we can conserve, what we can restore, and what we use. So what we can conserve in terms of an offset, so we can actually make this a marketable function. Conservation of intact forests is the most immediate thing we can do now, and there's a whole bucket of offsets called reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, or RED. So that's one, that's conserving forests. And then if we think about restoring nature, we can also generate carbon offsets by restoring nature. And that includes things like afforestation and reforestation, like our guest just talked about. It also includes things like mangrove restoration, so restoring nature. The third type of offset, or a proposition that turns nature's services into a function that can both bring finance and bring increased livelihoods, is the way we do what we do to nature. So I'm thinking about regenerative farming, soil management practices, improved agricultural land management, and improved forest management. All of those things have a carbon component, and right now, corporations are taking big commitments, and they're looking for ways to support nature while supporting their climate commitments. So those are the three big buckets.
Very important. Thank you so much. Andrea, now want to go to you because your firm's investment group launched a very impressive $1 billion impact-oriented reforestation strategy in Latin America. Can you share with us the goals of the investment and the progress you've seen thus far?
Well, thank you, Zaina. Very good to be here. Well, I have a little bit different background than most of the audience here. I'm chairman of BTG, the largest investment bank in the Global South, headquarters in Brazil. But this initiative shows and demonstrates what we can do in the private sector with private capital, with competitive returns, but with tremendous impact in conservation and especially in restoration. We launched last year together with Conservation International, and it's a great partnership. A fund that basically buys degraded areas, normally low production cattle farms, completely degraded, generally in the Cerrado in Brazil, which is south of Amazon. And you have the target is to rebuild a combination of commercial forests and original forests with the engagement of local communities, and sell the wood products only for long-term retention wood products like furniture, for example. And the quality of the project brings credits with the retention of carbon and the restoration of the forest, preserving the rivers in the region, and create competitive returns, double-digit dollar returns on the long term, where you can offer to endowments, sovereign wealth funds, family offices globally an opportunity to invest their money, but create tremendous impact in terms of restoration. And the scale of this project, this is just the first fund. We are talking about almost 1 billion trees, new trees, on degraded area that can create a belt south of Amazon that are extremely relevant for what we were discussing briefly in terms of protecting tropical forests, especially the largest one in the planet. So we are very excited about the idea of using private capital, private initiative, no governments involved, but creating a solution, a natural-based solution that can be scale and very impactful. So that's the target of this project that you mentioned.
Very impressive and inspiring, actually. Thank you. Laura, I want to go to you. You know, you work with McKinsey. How can we ensure accuracy and reliability of high-quality carbon offset claims and investments?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and I'm thrilled to hear more conversation this New York Climate Week on nature than last year, and last year we heard more than the year before, and it's so critical because the closest thing we have to a silver bullet on climate change is nature-based solutions. So I think trust is a real issue, and we really need to focus on building high-quality solutions that the private sector can really get behind. I think the good news is we have a lot of advances in technology that helps on measurement and verification, whether that's satellite imagery, eDNA for soil health, and a lot of other tools. I think we can also help project developers learn about and understand and embrace some of the newer benchmarks like core carbon principles and guide their projects to that, which I think will help build confidence in the private sector. And another thing we can do is take jurisdictional approaches. I love hearing your example. I wasn't aware of that, 1 billion trees and a whole corridor. The more we approach jurisdictional approaches that combine a lot of projects at scale, it then facilitates being able to work on the verification and being able to work on the permanence. And so whether it's projects like Leaf Coalition or others, I think that also helps move us in the right direction.
It's very interesting. I have to say that today, actually, on BBC, they issued a report about how important it is for businesses to be involved in nature-based solutions for their own future, for the future of business, as well as for the future of Earth, of course, and our own humanity. So I actually advise everyone to go back to that report. But back to Dr. Lawrence. CALEX has a pretty detailed and rigorous rating. No, sorry, I just repeated that.
You didn't.
I did not. Okay. Has pretty. I read it to myself, so I thought. Has a pretty detailed and rigorous rating criteria. Can you share the priorities buyers should be looking for when purchasing credits?
I'd be delighted. We do have a really rigorous framework that allows us to evaluate nature-based solutions the same way we would evaluate technology-based solutions, which we think is important for forging some of that trust, that we are holding them to the same standards that something that looks a lot easier to do is held to. The most important criteria that we look at are additionality, meaning would this have happened anyway? We are talking about financing actions to either reduce carbon out of the atmosphere or to increase carbon stored on the ground, because corporations are looking to make a claim that they have reduced their emissions, or they're looking for permission to emit as well. So we want to be sure that whatever happens on the ground, these incredible projects we talked about, that they are additional, that they wouldn't have happened without carbon finance. That's the first thing. Like, if they weren't additional, why are we giving them money? So it's kind of basic. The second criteria that's really important for us is permanence. We are looking for solutions that will that are really up to the task of the next few decades to the next century. We are emitting fossil fuels. They will be there for thousands of years. We need these solutions to hold us for at least 100 years until something magical happens and we've covered it. The third criteria that's really important is getting the greenhouse gas accounting right. We cannot overcredit. We have to just be sure that if someone is offering a ton of CO2 removals or a ton of avoided CO2, that it's really a ton. So we spend a lot of time trying to figure out if it's additional, if it's permanent, and if a ton is a ton. And in terms of like what buyers need to ask for, we do that work behind. What they need to ask for from us is to say, did this producer of offsets make all the most conservative assumptions so that we're sure it's really delivering what it says it is, so conservativeness. And then also transparency. Like, are they really being clear about what they're doing? That's what I would say.
Very interesting. I mean, we're moving into a new territories, basically, of how we look at businesses and how we measure businesses and how we measure even our own relationship with Earth. Andrea, I want to go back to you. CGI here, as you know, is a firm believer in collaborations and partnerships to push issues forward. How have partnerships contributed to your success? And what breakthrough or innovation partnerships would have created the greatest opportunities to expand the role of nature-based solution?
That's a very good question, because I think we achieved what we are. And as Laura mentioned, we are discussing more and more the challenge that we are. Of course, the situation is more serious, but I think we are much more mature about that. And I've been on the board of Conservation International for 15 years. And we did a lot of advocacy and created national parks and a lot of what I consider very special achievements. But it's a moment that is required another layer of action that goes beyond that. You need to have partnership. You need to involve mainstream capital, private capital, in order to meet the challenge. And I think the big, smart organizations are trying to attract to this mission of all of us via partnerships. What was missing, right? And we did at BTG this partnership with CI exactly to have our knowledge of fundraising, managing investments with their scientific background and nature-based solution science to support us on this initiative. And when you plant forests, sometimes you're not exact where you are, but if degraded areas, you have commercial forests. At the margin of the rivers, you have original forests. When you engage the local communities, there is no doubt that you are moving in the right direction. So we created this partnership combining nature-based science of CI with our knowledge on managing business. Of course, mutual interest in doing something that is remarkable, scalable, and then can be really transformational for the scale of our problem, right? Don't need to do the small projects. They are very remarkable. They engage people. They create examples, and we saw a few of them that motivate us to move ahead, but you need to have the large-scale projects, and you can only achieve that via partnerships.
Very true. Laura, I want to go back to you. How can we help businesses and local and indigenous populations find common economic purpose in biodiversity conservation and restoration efforts?
Yeah, well, that's hugely important. We have to make sure that the projects we're designing and developing actually work economically for the indigenous people and local communities. And one of the challenges with land-based programs often is when the payback comes, you sometimes have to wait, and also the share that's being split between the private sector or whoever's sponsoring and the local communities. And so we really need to change our mindset from thinking about indigenous people and local communities as stakeholders, to think about them as the rights holders and empowering them as right holders, and also as shareholders. So we create projects that are sustainable for the community as well as for the planet. And I think one of the challenges today is there's often an information disparity between the groups that are organizing projects and the local groups that are going to be responsible for maintaining. And so providing legal support, and this is all, I'm saying this in a context of very good intentions and all of that, but providing support, whether it's legal, whether it's technical. And as we can hear from this panel, just understanding credit, the carbon credits, it's really complicated. So the more we can do to make sure there are not disparities in terms of information or in terms of background, I think the more we can do to create solutions that are going to work for everyone and be successful.
And finally, we have one last question, in the few minutes we have left, which is, in light of recent press and investigations into the credibility of some voluntary carbon market sellers, are you worried that the voluntary market will be negatively impacted and projected growth of previous estimations of upward of $50 billion by 2030 may be far off track? What is being done to maintain the legitimacy in this emerging and growing markets? Anyone, any taker?
Oh, okay. I'll take that. Indeed, there has been a lot of bad press lately about, in particular, reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation projects. Partly because some of the claims are overblown, and that we have seen some of that at Calyx Global. We've looked at dozens and dozens of these projects, and we do see some systemic issues. Our approach is to inform buyers directly and to inform the market by sharing what we've learned about these projects. And in reviewing what we've learned and sharing it with the market and sharing it with the standards that are running this market, we are seeing improvements. There are some improvements in the methodologies that are coming out. It's very exciting. It's really promising. I really can't wait to review some of these projects that we've already looked at because I think they're going to come up. So I think we need to work on the standards, and we also need to educate buyers. I think buyers are going to make the decisions about this market. If you're corporate out there and you're buying, it's up to you to choose integrity. I truly believe that if you choose high-quality carbon credits, you improve the market, you improve the price. It makes it much more interesting to local communities and to project developers, and we all win. We are depending on nature, and we need to have integrity in this market because if we lose the power of nature, we lose a lot.
That's brilliant.
My take on that is even with the recent bad press or bad discussions, I'm much more optimist than that. I think there are a lot of people qualified, serious, very committed and engaged in this area. So it's, for me, in a certain way, the mistakes or misinterpretations or misunderstandings are part of an incipient market that is just appearing. But on the middle, long term, I'm pretty constructive about what we are collectively building. And it's easy to see when you plant a forestry from nothing, when you engage communities that were without any alternative before that, or you are protecting rivers, that you are doing something right. So I agree with Dr. Lawrence about the buyers will regulate the market, but the market will be there and certainly practicing the right thing.
I agree, and the more we can do to accelerate the maturity of all the elements we need to make this work, the better off we'll be, and I do see progress there.
And on that, thank you so much. Please help me thanks our panelists. Really appreciate all of your input. I don't know about you, but I find this discussion very exciting. And in my non-scientific, non-business mind, I was like, it makes sense because nature, as I see it, is like us. When we are sick, What do the doctors tell us? Go and rest. And this nature-based solution is about the health of Earth and giving her a break, basically, to re-nurture herself as a way to survive for us and for her. Now, with this, I want to introduce our second panel, which is much more focused on the public sector and the civil societies and communities. And with that, I want to start with Mayor Jaime Pumarejo from the city of Barranquilla in Colombia. Forgive me, I have to work on my Spanish. And then I want to introduce Fernanda Caravello from Global Policy Lead, Climate and Energy Practice, World Wildlife Fund. And last but not least, Jose Gregorio Diaz Marabel, General Coordinator, Indigenous Organizations of the Amazon Basin. Forgive me for not properly saying your name, but Mr. Mayor, I want to start with you. Tell us about Barranquilla, which is in Colombia. I know it's a city of 1 million people, and you have, as I understand it, managed to create a unique relationship with nature, with the nature environments, and coexisting, not only coexisting, but strengthening your natural resources with nature. Can you tell us more about the city and what have you done there?
So yeah, Barranquilla is a northern coastal city in Colombia. It's a Caribbean city. It's bathed by the Magdalena River, which is one of the most important rivers in Colombia. And it is mostly seen itself as an industrial and services city. It's seen itself as a cultural hub. It hosts one of the biggest carnivals in the world, the second biggest after Rio. And in a sense, it didn't see nature as part of its DNA. When we started working 4 years ago as the mayor and before, in the mayor's office, we started seeing that this relationship had to change. But it didn't have to change just as in recognizing it, put it in on a paragraph and doing a couple of things. We needed to change the appropriation of nature by the citizens. So we started with a simple project, and we looked at examples. For example, New York City trees. London has a lot of work on what its arbory system or its urban forest means to it. And for example, it detected that cities that have trees pay 15% more property tax than unlined streets because people want to live in cities lined with trees. So what we did is we demonstrated that it's good business to plant trees that are at least 3 meters high. And then we started showing these people that this reduced temperature and whatnot. But then we started talking about, for example, we have 1,000-hectare mangrove forest, an estuary, right on the border of the Caribbean Sea and the Magdalena River. People didn't know about it. So we started talking about, let's build an eco-park. So we built 1,000-hectare eco-park that we're just starting. And people got there and said, well, it smells bad. It's like, yeah, you've been contaminating for 150 years, you know? But now that you've noticed that it's here, let's do something different. So we started doing the cleanup of the water by going upstream and seeing what are we doing. And we started doing projects that'll take 10 years, but we started doing nature-based solutions that take 3 months, and they're already giving results through microalgae. Then we started talking about something that nobody understood, which is dry tropical forests, or bosque seco tropical. And this is a very important ecosystem that's sometimes forgotten. And we started talking about, this is not, you know, just some brush that you can, I don't know, take down to build your nice house. We need to start understanding what this means to our city, to our environment, and to our future. So we started talking about that, and we built a 30-hectare urban forest that we're launching in a few weeks, which has like trekking areas and areas to sleep in, and for camping, an area. It has a mountain bike park. So we started seeing ourselves as an ecotourism location as well, because it is on a place where there's bird migration. So you can see a lot of birds that are endemic to the area or that stop by for a while. And we're seeing that it makes sense economically. People are living and they're happier in the city that they're living, and they are noticing that they not only have cultural and other amenities, but they also have nature to hold them and make them feel better about themselves.
Fantastic. And contributing to actually climate change is fabulous, very innovative and beautiful. Thank you. Fernanda, we have heard from key perspectives across the private and public sector on the importance of nature-based solutions as means to help curb emissions. Can you share a little bit more about your work with the World Wildlife Fund and how you position biodiversity and nature as the key piece in mitigating and adapting to climate change?
Okay, so I think that's a very good question to start with. At WWF, we work with this topic in various levels. So I am the head of policy for the climate and energy practice. When we go to the UNFCCC, one of our main asks is an acknowledge of nature-based solutions and their benefits within the climate regime. In the biodiversity regime, we also saw that this discussion is emerging. There is one of the targets of the recently approved Global Biodiversity Framework that talks about conserving 30% of all ecosystems by 2030. So we are creating the enabling conditions. That's one level. The second level is working on the ground. We are present in about 100 countries. So we have an approach that is landscape-based, multi-sectoral, and also community-centered. So we work with projects, creating the projects and the conditions for having, nature-based solutions at a large scale, because when we talk about nature-based solutions, we need to engage with governments at the regional level. We need to co-construct them with local stakeholders, such as the indigenous peoples that we'll be talking about them. I saw in the previous panel that Deborah mentioned that, it is the buyers that will be making the choices about what they buy in the market. So when we are working with markets, this is not the only finance source. We work at the supply and the demand side of it, providing guidance both to the suppliers to create the projects on the ground, the good initiatives, and the buyers to be able to buy from projects that are scientifically sound, that have the right consultations, the right engagement with people. And we also favor clear and measurable targets and future-looking projects, because these projects, they are long-term. They are not short-term projects. So we do. One example of such a project on nature-based solutions that we have is in the Atlantic forest in Brazil. WWF started working there to restore the forest, and now we have about 37 water springs protected. We have 66,000 trees planted, and this project is sponsored by HP, the company, and HP based themselves on this local experience to assume a global commitment of conserving 1 million acres, I think, not 100, sorry. 1 million acres globally, and they are also improving their value chain. So that's an example.
Excellent, excellent. Jose, you helped lead the organization known as Cueca. First of all, I apologize. I want to welcome your translator. Thank you so much, Nicola, for being here, which is indigenous organizations of the Amazon Basin, representing 511 indigenous peoples to support policies and actions to support sovereignty of indigenous peoples and ensure sustainability and equitable development of the Amazon. Can you share recent accomplishments in this area, please?
Bueno, José, usted es uno de los líderes de la organización COICA, una organización indígena que actúa por parte de 511 pueblos indígenas para apoyar políticas y acciones que pueden apoyar la soberanía de pueblos indígenas para asegurar sostenibilidad y un desarrollo equitativo y justo de la Amazonia. ¿Puede usted compartir algunos de sus logros o éxitos recientes en este asunto?
Bien. Primero voy a robar un minuto para agradecer. Agradecer en primer lugar al universo y a los espíritus de la madre selva amazónica ese poder espiritual que está presente en este momento, que ustedes le dicen Dios, debe estar presente acá también. Al presidente Clinton, a su esposa Hillary Clinton, a ustedes por estar aquí y especialmente a nuestra coordinadora general de la COICA, Fanny Cuiro, que está presente, la primera mujer coordinadora general de la COICA, en representación de las mujeres amazónicas, que son grandes conservadoras y restauradoras de la selva.
First of all, I wanted to take a moment to say thanks. Firstly, to the universe and to the mother spirit of the Amazon forest that I know is present with us here now, what some of you here refer to as God. Also to President Clinton, to his wife, Hillary Clinton, and to all of you, and to the coordinator of COICA, Franny COICA, the first female coordinator in that position.
Bien, hemos hecho un llamado al mundo para salvar la selva amazónica. El primer llamado lo hicimos al Papa Francisco en el Sínodo Amazónico. Le pedimos a él que hiciera una iniciativa mundial con los pueblos indígenas para salvar la selva amazónica.
So we have made requests to the world about saving the Amazon forest. One that we did was with Pope Francisco, an initiative to collaborate with indigenous peoples to preserve Amazon forest.
Segundo, en el Congreso Mundial de Áreas Protegidas de la UICN en Marsella, nosotros pedimos al mundo una iniciativa que se llama Amazonía por la Vida, salvar la selva amazónica en un 80% en el 2025, y fue aprobada en el Congreso Mundial de la Naturaleza. Se llama, eso quiere decir que el mundo se comprometió a ayudar a los pueblos indígenas a salvar la selva amazónica. Y por eso también estamos aquí, para que ustedes conozcan esta iniciativa.
And secondly, we also attended the World Congress of Conservation and Nature, Natural Areas in Marseille, and came up with an initiative called Amazonia for Life, which the goal is to protect 80% of the Amazon by 2025. And this initiative was approved. So basically, the world has committed to saving the Amazon forest, and we're also here to continue those efforts.
Y bueno, nosotros todos los días que nos levantamos en nuestras comunidades, todos los días, estamos haciendo que la selva amazónica esté viva. O sea, nosotros cada vez que abrimos los ojos y caminamos nuestro territorio, estamos conservando, preservando, ayudando a que nuestro territorio siga vivo. Es nuestra propia estrategia de sostenibilidad. Y eso queremos que ustedes lo sepan. Eso queremos que ustedes nos acompañen. Por eso estamos aquí. Para que sepan que nosotros existimos en la selva, nosotros estamos allí con la selva, conviviendo con la selva. Somos niños, somos abuelos, somos jóvenes, somos mujeres y somos hombres. Aquí estamos nosotros y queremos invitarles a ustedes que nos acompañen.
Every day that we wake up in our communities, we are doing something to keep the Amazon living and alive. When we open our eyes and we wake up in our land, we are preserving it and preserving our territory. That's part of our sustainability strategy. And we want you to know that we are there, that we exist, and we want you to accompany us, that we live there within the forest. We're men, women, we're old, we're young, children, adults. We all are there in the forest.
Thank you so much. You're not only there, you have been telling us about how we need to change our relationship with nature for a long time, and I'm glad the world is finally starting to listen. So thank you for your leadership and patience with all of us, I would say. Mr. Mayor, I want to come back to you. Barranquilla is still considered a medium-sized city, and that size can limit financing investment opportunities. Can you explain the challenges a city your size can face in securing financing, and have you found any approaches to be more successful?
Well, it's a challenge. Barranquilla is a 2.2 million metropolitan area, 1.4 million people live in the city proper. But one thing that we have done, which basically a lot of mayors are talking about this, and we even formed a commission for urban financing of sustainable goals that's within the SDSN network, and we're trying to come up with a better way to finance cities and go through hurdles, in which we were actually meeting yesterday. It's co-chaired by the mayor of Rio, of Paris, and Jeffrey Sachs, and several of us co-chaired task forces. And one of the things we've seen is, first of all, you need to build capacity. And this is a framing or a reframing of our thought. Most cities in developing nations, or whatever you want to call them today, are capable of investing and repaying loans. If you are able to give them loans at low interest rate and long-term terms of payment. If we're able to loan to a city like Barranquilla or to a lot of the Amazon basin at the same rate that you lend to New York, believe me, we're going to be able to pay it back, and we're going to be able to pay and do a lot of good with it. So let's reframe the conversation and stop talking about how do we give people money, but how do we loan a lot of these people the money that they need at amicable terms so that they can make quality investments. And secondly is how do we build capacity? And that's what one thing we've done in Barranquilla is we've been able to collect taxes through the building of trust and through bettering our capacities at a much better pace. We started 15 years ago with a budget of $200 million. Right now, comparatively, we're talking about $1.2, $1.4 billion. So we've done a lot of capacity building to strengthen our capacity. And then it's talking to multilateral banks and to public banks and showing them that there is a difference or a different way to make things, and that cities are the direct responsibles or the direct, I would say, if you work with cities, you're going to get stuff done faster. And if we can have a say in how we're going to do things, then you're going to see things getting done quicker. For example, we worked with the French Development Agency, and they gave us $140 million, their first loan in local currency, non-government backed, and it helped us build that eco park we were talking about. And the IDB is going to give us their first policy-based loan to a city in Colombia for the first time ever. So when you talk, you get places.
Thank you. We have few minutes, so I'm going to manage it really, really hard. Fernanda, I'm going to ask you for a quick answer to my question now, because WWF recommends that carbon credits buyers aim to buy from program projects that demonstrate co-benefits, including those related to enhancing human livelihood, ecosystem services, and biodiversity. From your view, how can buyers ensure that these projects are being transparent in their monitoring and reporting? Very quick so we can have time for Jose.
Okay, so as I mentioned, WWF works both on the demand and the supply side, and we have blueprints on those, and we promote, and we also technically support communities and governments and project developers in implementing this guidance. We also worked with a broader group of NGOs, such as WRI, CI, TNC, IPAN, that's a Brazilian NGO, in developing what we call the Tropical Forest Crediting Initiative Guide. There are some principles there that we support, and we encourage companies to take on board, which are, for example, when you're planning a portfolio of credits, please align them with global demands. Please buy high-quality credits. Make sure that your purchases will incentivize high-quality credits and also jurisdictional approaches. And just two more things that I need to remember. Due diligence, of course. And the last one is investing in complementary benefits, because if you want to have complementary benefits, and we believe that nature-based solutions should have societal benefits, should enhance ecosystems and also the quality of life of local populations, you should monitor those.
Thank you. Last word for you, Jose, and I'm sorry we don't have too much time. But you have heard from an array of leaders across different sectors here today. What is your advice and hope to share to bridge collaboration across sectors to preserve our Earth's biodiversity and forest?
Hemos escuchado de varios líderes diferentes en sectores diferentes aquí hoy. ¿Qué es lo que usted aconseja y su esperanza que tiene para facilitar esta colaboración a través de los sectores diferentes para preservar la biodiversidad de la tierra y de la selva?
Bueno, en primer lugar, yo le pido a ustedes, a todo el mundo, al planeta, que nosotros vivimos en una de las regiones más importantes para el clima del mundo. Es una de las regiones donde hay agua dulce que es vital para el planeta, oxígeno. Entonces, es nuestra casa, pero no la podemos conservar solo. Necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes. Y para apoyarnos es importante, yo he visto que aquí en este evento hay muchas empresas de tecnología, muchas empresas que mueven la economía del mundo. Entonces, nosotros estamos pidiendo que para que la selva no se destruya, porque la selva está conectada con los mares, está conectado con el hielo. Y para que podamos seguir viviendo todos nosotros, necesitamos que haya una transición económica y energética. Ahí dicen que es bioeconomía, pero no puede haber una bioeconomía o una transición energética.
So I ask you all, everyone in the world, that we live in one of the most important regions of the world in terms of the environment. Where we are, there's a lot of fresh water and things that are vital for the air and the oxygen of the world. However, we cannot save it alone. We need your support. And here in this event, I see there's many people from technology, industry, and economies throughout the world that have a lot of impact. And we ask you about making a transition in the economy and in the energy, a transition in those economies.
Estamos pidiendo que haya una transición económica en el sentido de que la economía que yo veo acá tiene que trabajar con nuestra forma de conservar la selva. Que la economía no sea tumbar los árboles, que la economía no sea contaminar el agua, que la economía sea con nuestros conocimientos también de cómo hemos conservado nosotros. Ayúdenos a conservar la selva y a salvar la vida. Eso estamos pidiendo. Con ustedes. Tenemos que acercarnos, tenemos que estar juntos.
And this transition of economy, we want it to be about working to conserve the forest, not having an economy where the business is about cutting trees, the business is about polluting water, but doing things that would help us, that would help conserve the forests. And that's what we're asking for everyone's collaboration, to be able to preserve these forests through a transition in the business.
Thank you so much. It really reminds me that we are all part of the one. When one is harmed, we are all harmed, and when one is helped, we are all helped. And that is not only including nature; it includes, not includes humans, but also includes nature and all of the beings in it. And so helping each other, whether it is in the Amazon or whether it is a city in Colombia, it is all part of the solution that is facing all of humanity. And with that, thank you so much. I find this most inspiring for all of your work. Good luck, and thank you so much for joining us today. And we can all be part of the solutions, not only in different cities, in our own homes, in our own cities, in our own universities, in our own gardens. So thank you so much, and I look forward to continue checking your progress. Thank you.
Thank you for attending this session. We kindly ask that you make your way out of the room and continue your conversations in the hallway so we can reset this room for the next session. Thank you. Welcome. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin.
In sub-Saharan Africa, approximately 70% of the population lacks electricity, the largest energy infrastructure deficit globally. And with trends moving in the wrong direction, more people across the continent will be without electricity in the next decade. This not only hampers individual opportunity and economic productivity, it also results in negative environmental impacts from the fossil fuels communities must rely on. To address this challenge, Oiko Credit is announcing a Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to invest $26 million in renewable energy infrastructure. Once mini grids and other off-grid solar solutions are installed, local communities will have access to services at lower costs. Electricity means more opportunity in rural communities in Africa, increased economic activity, expanded education, and improved public health for millions. Oiko Credit is leading the way to reverse the current declining trajectory of Africa's electrification rate by bringing renewable energy to rural communities. I can't wait to see their impact on the ground.
Please join in welcoming Alex Hunold and Dr. Suzanne Singer.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Can everybody hear us? Okay. Sorry, I've never had to speak after a president before, and it's slightly intimidating. And honestly, a room like this is slightly intimidating. But my name is Alex Hunold. I'm a professional rock climber and the founder of the Hunold Foundation. And I rarely speak at a conference like this. But the Hunold Foundation exists to support solar projects around the world. And as President Clinton just said, that's an important issue. And so we partner with organizations like Native Renewables, which is co-founded and led by Dr. Suzanne Singer, who's with me today. And she's going to speak a little bit about what Native Renewables does.
Thank you. Suzanne Singer, I just want to share a little bit about my experiences. So as a child, I grew up thinking that everyone had a family member who lived off-grid without electricity because a lot of the homes I was seeing did not have power being supplied to them. I used to visit my grandparents on the Navajo Nation, and it's a beautiful place if you've ever been, and spent a lot of time using propane and kerosene lantern and relied heavily on those to do things in the evening time when the lights were out or after dark. And I think as I got older, I started to realize just how unjust and how limiting it can be to not have electricity, reliable electricity. There's still tens of thousands of tribal community members in the southwestern United States who do not have access to electricity, meaning the power lines are nowhere near their homes. And so that's partly why the founding of Native Renewables happened, because still community members who can't just flip on a switch and get light. So Native Renewables, we're an indigenous nonprofit organization based in Arizona, and a lot of our focus is on creating energy equity in our communities by bringing solar power solutions to families that don't have electricity. So a lot of what we do is we install in our communities, which are largely Hopi and Navajo communities in the southwestern US. And we also are training a workforce team because we truly believe that our own communities need to be at the center of the solutions that we are creating. We also have a lot of education that we bring into our work, because to create a sustainable program, you have to have understanding of how off-grid solar works with your battery storage. Add a little bit more, I think in terms of the investment in Indigenous communities, I think they need to be at the center of solutions because we have culturally relevant ways of doing things. And we also consider the environment sustainability of our projects. So far, our organization has been able to create 18 jobs, and we've installed solar units at nearly 100 homes in our communities. But clearly, we have a long way to go to get to the 10,000 plus families that still need power. So being able to provide that electricity provides self-determination and allows families to feel ownership over their energy and be able to manage it themselves. But I'm grateful to funders like Honnold Foundation because their support allows us to dream big and really see the impact that we're making. There's nothing like being able to see a family turn on a light in their home for the very first time. So I'd like to thank Honnold Foundation. I'll pass it back to Alex.
Thanks, Suzanne. So the Honnold Foundation gave over $2 million in grants to grassroots nonprofits like Native Renewables last year, funding energy equity projects around the world. And our commitment to action through the Clinton Global Initiative this year is to scale that 3 times to try to give $6 million next year to these same sorts of grassroots organizations. And while I have a podium and a moment to just ramble, I just want to note that the vast majority of philanthropic funding in the US does not go to climate or environmental issues in general. Something like 2% of philanthropy money goes to climate. The rest goes to education and symphonies and things like that. And they're worthwhile, but they're not the most pressing issues facing the globe. And then of the 2% of philanthropic funding that goes to climate, most of that is big bet, sort of big tech solutions, like cold fusion or direct air capture and things like that, direct air carbon capture. It's like those are great, but again, there are so many communities in the world that have need right now, like what Dr. Singer's talking about, what President Clinton was just talking about. And so the Honnold Foundation has a $60 million pipeline of projects that we vetted that are fundable, that are totally great projects that are just awaiting funding. There's no shortage to the need out there, and there are plenty of communities on the ground looking to implement solutions to climate problems. And so, all of these panels will talk about just energy transitions and equitable transitions. And like, the solutions are all there, we just have to actually fund them. And so join us if you can, and thank you guys.
In the Caribbean, developing island nations are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And as popular tourist destinations that increase in population at different times during a year, they require strong, resilient electric grids that receive energy from sustainable sources. In 2022, InterEnergy announced the Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to decarbonize Consorcio Energético Punta Cana, Macau, or CEPM, an electric utility in the Dominican Republic, by 2030. This project, called CEPM Zero, is well underway. Solar farms and battery energy storage systems are being built, with plans to incorporate wind power, green hydrogen, and pump storage hydropower in the future. CEPM is on track to become one of the world's first zero-emissions, 100% renewable electricity companies. Companies like InterEnergy are showing us how to bring sustainable, equitable energy access to communities all across the Caribbean. As this renewable energy model gains traction, clean power will be available for coastal tourism economies while also protecting the marine environments around them.
Please welcome to the stage Stephanie Rule, His Excellency President Mohammed Irfan Ali, Rolando Gonzalez Bunster, Vaishali Nigam Sinha, and former President Jose Maria Figueres Olson.
Thank you all so much for having me. Welcome to you all. There's a lot to cover, so I want to start big picture to everyone. What do you see as the biggest challenge to truly moving to become a globally efficient, renewable energy-focused world? What's the biggest challenge? What's standing in our way?
Well, the biggest challenge definitely will be financing. We're not short of ideas. There's growing technology, but the challenge is financing. But I also want to raise perhaps a more complex issue, and that is what constitutes a just transition and what should be the outcome of COP28 in relation to renewable. I believe strongly that we need to have a constructive approach to this matter. And the approach of locking out any stakeholders, including petroleum producer, is not one that would lead to that constructive approach. We perhaps are in a position to speak on both sides of the coin because we are a leader on climate change and we are a leader now in energy. So there are 5 things we have to speak to on this matter. 1, what is the role of petroleum producers, the companies and the countries around the table on renewable? 2, how do we ensure that there is greater budget support for research and development? 3, how there is greater support for technology, bringing new technology into the equation. And 4th and 5th, as a newcomer to the petroleum industry, we are proposing and supporting a carbon tax and the removal of subsidies on petroleum producers. So those are the things that we are taking to COP. And I think this balanced approach is critical. If we don't pursue a balanced approach, then we're not going to constructively tackle this problem.
Rolando, what do you see as the biggest challenge to true green energy expansion?
Well, there's several challenges here. It's not only, I agree with what President Ali has just said. It's a question of money, but it's also a question of geography. And it's a question of finding the right solution that gives us continuous power. It is not only important to find renewable energy as an alternative, but it's important to find that renewable energy adapt itself to the geography of each particular country. Having wind and solar in some islands, for example, is difficult because land is very expensive, especially if it's a tourism island. Land is not necessarily available for wind. A lot of people have problems with seeing windmills near their tourism areas, as it happened to our business in the Dominican Republic, where we had to have 5 years having windmills at the port, where a minister of tourism that was not very enlightened told us that we couldn't bring the windmills into the country. So things like that have to be overcome. I think we have a lot of issues. Financing, obviously, is very important. Geography. But the transition to renewables has to have in mind that there has to be gas, for example, to be an alternative fuel while you get to renewables. Because renewables are great, but they don't work 100% of the time. And most people don't want to have their homes without electricity at night or during a storm, etc. So we have to have a very balanced approach. And if later on, if you want, I will tell you what we're doing in the Dominican Republic to try to reach 100% renewable energy coverage in an area that we dominate in the East.
Vaishali?
You know, it's a great question, and I'll break it into 2 parts. One is, what is it that we need to do to take action? What is it that businesses need to do? And, you know, that would be things like what we saw in the G20. I'm coming from Delhi, where we had a very there was a lot of consensus around the declaration that we need to triple the targets. You know, we need to take action on various fronts. We all need to meet our national sort of development targets and so on and so forth. We need to work on our supply chains. We need to ensure that we get to 2030 together. We meet our net zero goals. And so, we just have to ensure that what is being phased out is faster than what needs to be phased in. And I think that's the biggest challenge in many countries, especially countries, around the world. I think we really need to be sincere. And now there's the emotion and the humanization of this journey. I think we all need to be honest about what we're trying to do. We need to be sincere about what we're trying to do. And it sounds like words, but it's super critical. We need to put faces and people behind the data and the figures we are talking about. I was recently in Tanzania and firsthand traveled to the grassroots of the country. I travel a lot in India, and while data, figures, and targets are great, but just think about what climate change is doing to people. People are losing children. Women are losing their lives. And when we talk about what we must do and what we need to get to, and before we comment on why perhaps there is diesel being used in a hospital in, say, Africa or in the remotest parts of India, that's the only option. And so we need to cooperate, we need to support the transition as well. But all in all, I think the buzzword is acceleration. We just need to accelerate empathetically.
President?
Thank you, Stephanie. Buenas tardes, amigas y amigos. So, to the capital that the President mentioned, and the right geography with the right technologies that Rolando talked about, and your people-centric, if I may phrase what you said in that way, I would add culture, societal attitude, public awareness. We still do not understand that the greatest challenge we have as humanity is being able to decouple development from carbon emissions, because so far those two have been coupled. So we need to continue development and well-being, people deserve it, but decouple carbon emissions and have them come down. I don't see persons around the world yet screaming for sustainable energies, for renewable energies. There has to be a greater awareness of where we are, the challenge we are facing, and that has to do with culture, with attitude. I understand it because we've never faced this challenge before as humankind, but we need to get everyone on board and involved.
President Ali, I know you had talked about cost being a prohibitive factor or challenge, but when you look at Guyana and your goal to be a completely renewable energy economy, what will be the greatest accelerator for you to make that happen?
Well, just to pick up from the issue of culture and sustainable development, we have to first put things into context. And I don't want to divorce Guyana from the rest of the region here, because this requires collective action. And I said the prosperity of Guyana must lead to the prosperity of the region. You have a situation where in Latin America and the Caribbean, we need $2.2 billion to achieve 4 important SDGs. You have debt to GDP ratio of 117%. In Guyana case, we are 26.4%. You have inflation that is double digit. And you have to marry that whilst at the same time find the resources to go towards a renewable transition and moving towards net zero. Now, the issue here is that the conversation towards net zero has suddenly changed. The conversation about stopping petroleum. And that is where we have a problem. We will remove the balance from this conversation if every NGO, every actor has now shifted the goalposts from achieving net zero to stopping petroleum. You know, I just scanned the news this morning, and every news item was about death stop to petroleum, not the transition to net zero. And the conversation on transition to net zero is far different from from stopping petroleum. Secondly, we have the forest the size of England and Scotland combined, storing 19.5 gigatons of carbon, worth billions of dollars in carbon. We have one of the only country with an end-user agreement sale with Hess Corporation. But guess what? That's forest that we kept alive with a deforestation rate of less than 0.036%. That forest did not bring in any wealth. although it created tremendous value for the world. So how are we going to ensure that in the transition, there is just reward for those countries who are keeping the environment, keeping the forest, and ensuring that that forest contribute to the climate equation. So I think that Guyana and where we are going to achieve the 100% renewable is not only for us. We want to create an energy hub, a regional energy hub, in which we are a net exporter of energy, most of which must come from renewable. And as Rolando just said, what is the use, what is the purpose of gas in this transition? There's some who would believe that gas have no role in this transition, but yet 35 to 40%, depends on which stat you use, of the world is still having their energy source from coal. That is the first target we must eliminate. How do we eliminate all the energy that is coming from coal? So these are some of the things that we want to champion. Thank you.
Rolando, decarbonizing the electric utility in Eastern Dominican Republic was your CGI commitment last year. We saw in the video before the panel President Clinton talking about that and the success that you've had. It's a 10-year journey. Talk to us about how it's going.
Well, this idea came about in Glasgow 2 years ago at COP26. And then we brought it to FITUR, which is the tourism fair that is held every year in Madrid. It's probably the largest or one of the largest tourism fairs in the world. And since our utility in the eastern part of the Dominican Republic deals primarily with hotels and resorts, and where this utility takes care of about 75% of all Dominican tourism, which is growing and growing, we decided that the avoided cost, and I made that announcement then, and Prince Charles, then he was Prince, now he's King, was at this panel where we announced this. We said we have a serious problem with the price of fuels. So what did we do? We figured that our levelized cost of energy, fuel-related and operation and maintenance, et cetera, was very high. And it got higher as the war in the Ukraine started. So we figured that if we could shut down for certain hours of the day some of our more expensive power plants and substitute that with the renewables, it would be a home run. So we hired a very impressive and qualified consulting firm to do a full analysis of what it would take to go to zero emissions or to go 100% renewable, and how long would it take. And this involves a lot of things because it's not that easy. The first 50, 60% of renewables in your system are pretty easy to achieve. The last 40 to 30% are a lot harder, and they require a bigger investment than what you originally thought of. And you have to go to batteries, you have to go to systems that work at night. For instance, we've discovered that in our concession area, there's wonderful wind at night at 200 meters of altitude or higher. We discovered that we could also build what's called pump hydro, where you take the solar energy or wind energy, and when you have excess renewables, you pump water to 200 meters of altitude or 250 meters, and at nighttime you use it as a battery. So we had to look at a lot of things. We looked at green hydrogen as a way of doing it. We found there was a lot of difficulty with hydrogen because transporting it is an issue, so you have to have the production of hydrogen near where your power plants are. And all these things are highly complicated, and they cost a lot of money. We're going to invest over $1 billion doing this. And we already started, and we already have 100 megawatts of solar has been built. We're going to build 400 megawatts of solar in the next 3 years, and we're going to build wind in the next 4 years, 200 megawatts of wind. And the pump hydro will be part of that. Now, all that cannot be done by itself. We're still going to have energy from gas. Gas is a lot cleaner than coal. It's a lot cleaner than oil. We need to have an alternative. The world cannot go 100% renewable, not at this time, maybe in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Right now, we need to keep people working. We need to have industries be able to supply and have enough energy to supply the products they build. It is not going to be easy, but what we have to do, and I agree with President Ali, the first thing is to get rid of all the coal plants. Coal is a big contaminator in the world, and it should be replaced with natural gas and renewables and other sources of energy.
Vishali, Renew is India's leading clean energy company. Talk to us about your new commitment to CGI this year.
Great. So just to continue with the narrative of phasing out and people, that's what our commitment is about. And I'm really proud of this commitment because, what we are doing is that, you need to innovate. And what we've come out with is a round-the-clock solution, which we developed in collaboration and partnership with the government to come out with a system where we could increase the efficiencies of generation by combining wind, solar, and storage. And that has helped us increase the productivity of generation by 2.5%, so which is great and makes renewables more attractive and more efficient. We are running these projects in 3 or 4 states in India, and it's the first of its kind innovation, which merges and kind of looks at different combinations, and we are executing on the ground. It's very important for us to be able to innovate as far as the green infrastructure is concerned in the country. The infrastructure for adding renewables is significant, and the amount of load the system, the grid can take is limited. So I guess solutions like this is important. The other aspect of our commitment is on education. And before I come to that, I just wanted to just add a couple of points on the green infrastructure. So the round-the-clock project is about 400 gigawatts of round-the-clock generation, as I said, in 3 or 4 states in India. And it would entail providing energy to households and to the railway system in India as well, which is, at least in India, very coal-driven. So we'll be able to contribute to that. The other element has been education. We've seen that education is very critical. In India, people go through the sort of negative impacts of climate change, especially children and women. And if you ask them a point-blank question that, do you know what climate change is? Are you impacted by the effects of climate change? And the answer to that often is like, we don't know what it is, and no, not us. And then we give them an example of what's happening, the floods and the drought and various other issues. They're like, oh yeah, this happens here all the time, and this is what we do, and this is the number of times we've got displaced, and we've lost members of our family to floods, and so on and so forth. So therefore, the critical need is to educate. And that's what we are doing through our program. We have a curriculum, which is a green curriculum, which is being introduced in the most rural parts of our country, in the state of Rajasthan. It's a desert state, and 3, 4 other states which have limited resources. And we are, just to give you an example, children walk about 3, 4 miles to get to a school in 45 degrees centigrade, which is 110 degrees Fahrenheit, or greater temperatures, to get to a classroom which doesn't have fans. And so you can imagine what is the ability to absorb anything which is being taught in those classrooms. So we do put solar panels in these classrooms, use that as a tool to educate these children around what is climate change, what is renewable energy, the science behind it, and then we use the generation to include and introduce digital education in these schools for remedial education, and also educating on the whole energy transition and what does it mean for them really. And so hopefully getting them engaged in what is it that they can do for themselves in the future. We're going to invest about $1 billion over the next 2 years in round-the-clock and curriculum. It's a digital curriculum. It's in local vernaculars, which is critical. We believe that for people to understand the intensity of this problem, they need to be able to connect with it. They connect with their language. They connect with their cultures. And so we want to help them understand this better.
Mr. President, as long as we're talking education, I want you to give us a homework assignment. You were the person who coined the phrase, "There is no planet B." I hope you copyrighted it. I hope you own it, because we see it on T-shirts, on hats, on bumper stickers, on tote bags made of recycled material. But what do we need to collectively do if we want to actually expand into a renewable economy? What do we need to do?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, there is no planet B. The planet is going to go on. The big issue is, are we going to move ahead with the planet or not? Because the actual trajectory of carbon emissions, which are now 40 billion tons per year, is putting us on a trajectory where by the year 2050, we will have 520 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. Now, the IPCC report says we should not pass 450 parts if we don't want plus minus 2 degrees centigrade changes, and that's, of course, a completely different planet. So there's a lot of responsibility here in the room, all of us, in terms of educating, in terms of preaching, in terms of leading with an example. And we also have to find ways, Stephanie, in which we can scale, because scale is very relevant in this decade, which is critical for us to change the trajectory of carbon emissions. So when we talk about scale, I'm talking about scaling and ramping up the investment in renewables, and I'm talking about scaling and ramping up the lowering of carbon emissions. We have to achieve both at the same time. So in terms of scale, we're talking about that by the year 2030, we have to be at 4 times, we have to be building 4 times the capacity that we're building today in renewables by the year 2030. We have to ramp up electric vehicles 18 times from what we are doing today. Investment, which last year was $1.1 trillion in renewables, has to be multiplied by 3 by 2030 on a yearly basis. And we have to bring down the energy intensity by about 4% on a yearly basis from here to 2030 and there on out. On the other side, we need to scale up the reduction of carbon emissions. So, an example. At the Carbon War Room with Richard Branson, we identified sectors of the global economy where we can reduce carbon emissions in a profitable way. It has to be profitable because otherwise you don't attract the capital, entrepreneurship, and talent that we need to reduce the emissions. We identified many of these sectors, but one was shipping. There are about 55,000 ships out there on the ocean doing the world's trade. They produce about 3% of carbon emissions. Every one of them goes up on a dry dock every 5 years. If you take advantage of that moment and deploy on these ships between 4 to 8 technologies, total investment of about $3 million max, payback 18 months. What a terrific investment. You roll them off from the dry dock consuming 25% less fuel, which means 25% less carbon emissions. That's the type of scale that we need to be able to solve this critical challenge.
I know I'm running short on time, but I open this question up to all of you. There's another challenge or elephant in the room. I saw all of you talk about, and people nodding in the room, how important it is for us to move away from coal. And everyone here can agree with that, but it's easy for us to agree because the coal mining lobby is not in this room right now, but they're in Washington every single day. So help us understand, what is your approach to the hyper-politicization of renewable energy and all the roadblocks that you face in politics?
Well, it comes back to the question of the balanced approach. If we want to have a frank and constructive conversation, we have to have everyone in the room. And the president just pointed to the fact that we have technology that can cut emission by 25%. The cost to get to where we want to be in 2030 is simply prohibitive. The money is not there. So we have to get those in coal, those in petroleum, to make some commitment along the line of research and development, technology, the carbon tax, and also look at the removal of subsidy. So we need them in the room. That is what I would say for that balanced conversation.
Building a world for the future shouldn't be political, but it is. How do you get around it?
Well, the issue here, if you want me to first address the issue of coal, is that, for example, a lot of Puerto Rico, I'll give that as an example. There's a coal facility there owned by AES, and they're shutting down in 2 years. They already agreed to do that, and they're replacing it with natural gas. So it can happen. Coal is, you put a carbon tax on it, it's no longer cheap.
But even beyond coal, when you talk renewables, there is a portion of the population, there's a portion of the political set that it's a non-starter for. How do you work with that?
That has a lot to do. In Wyoming, you get you have a coal lobby because they're big in coal. West Virginia, the coal states they carry a big clout in elections and electoral colleges, and the way the system in the United States works, it's not one man, one vote. It's sort of a complicated system. So there are areas of interest or interest groups that seem to have a lot more clout than they should. Colombia, for example, is a coal country, a country that exports coal to the Caribbean, and it exports coal because it doesn't use that much coal. It's got 75% hydro. It's got gas, which supplies most of its power. But the Caribbean, some countries import Colombian coal, but they are not allowed to bring in plentiful gas from Venezuela, for example. The U.S. has sanctioned Venezuela to the detriment of a lot of the Caribbean countries. That I want to someday be able to buy gas from my friend here, because all he needs to do is put a liquefying plant. And we could do that and then get his gas and supply the Caribbean, because he's 500 miles away. But if I have to bring gas from say, the Gulf of Mexico, it's 1,400 miles away. So these are things that need to be addressed. Politics is very important in the United States, and that determines policy. And to a great degree, that policy many times is mistaken.
Vishala, your approach to the politics of renewables.
So my view would be P is for politics and P is for people, right? And so if I look at why is it that coal is, we're finding it difficult to phase it out, it's because, at least in India, politicians need votes. And a lot of the electricity is generated through the coal we have. And so it's a bit of a tricky situation. And so let me just back up a little bit. In India, we have a program which was launched by the Prime Minister. It's called the LIFE program. It's about, engaging people to get involved in this transition, to make commitments towards a sustainable lifestyle. And I think once you have the cultural shift, once you get people engaged, once you get them to own this journey, they're the ones who are going to demand that coal should be, that they're not going to have anything to do with coal. Once that happens, hopefully, we're going to get the government, who's again often looking for votes, to comply and abide. Perhaps that would help. And and I think the other way is just to, just accelerate the renewables movement and ensure that we can overshadow and combined with the energy and the movement and the momentum of the people, hopefully we should be able to do better, not perfect, but better perhaps.
President, I give you the last words. We all know in this room, Costa Rica, you have deftly navigated the politics of renewables. Speak to that.
Yes, and I can show you my scars on the back for having done so. So there are all kinds of different barriers here in transitioning to renewables: economic, social, technical, and regulatory. But at the end of the day, it comes down to good policy that sends markets the correct signals of where we want to go and what we want to deploy our capital in. If markets receive good signals, you begin to create the public-private partnerships that are necessary to move this agenda forward. I come from a country that, as you say, Stephanie, for the last 5 years, we've had 100% of renewable electricity. That is only 35% of our energy needs. 65% are the fossil fuels for transportation that we now need to change for green hydrogen, cars, batteries, etc. But at the end of the day, it's all about that. Good policy. We instituted a carbon tax back in 1995. Very unpopular. More scars on my back. That carbon tax went into a fund, an escrow fund, that pays for environmental services. And as a result of paying farmers to grow trees and conserve them, because trees are more valuable standing than as timber, today we have increased our coverage, forest coverage, from 35% to 60% over 20 years. That's the type of policies we need to get moving ahead.
Thank you all so very much for this conversation. I sincerely appreciate it. For you in the audience, please don't move. Potentially make room for more people joining the room. Secretary of State John Kerry will be taking the stage in just a moment.
Please give a warm welcome to John Kerry.
Can you hear me? Or maybe it's premature. There is nothing like being the introductory comments coming after everything's been said. So we're going to try and test this out. I'm going to improvise in order to not be completely repetitive and tedious in the process. But let me say what a pleasure it is to be here at CGI, which I've had the pleasure of being at previously. It's obviously had a little bit of a hiatus for all the reasons we understand. But it's wonderful to be back, and I just want to begin by saluting my friends, both the President and Hillary, for continuing to do this. CGI has made so many different kinds of contributions, not just this gathering. And the President and former Secretary of State and Senator and so much more together have really helped to define post-presidencies with a duality that most presidencies don't get. So we're all lucky, and many of you who've been so supportive for the years, I say thank you to you also for that, because it takes the empowerment to be able to do it. So let's, you've just had a very distinguished panel, and particularly with President Figueres and President Ali. You've had a great opportunity to sort of get down in the nitty-gritty of what some of these frontline states face with respect to this challenge. So I'm just going to try, first of all, to put the challenge into what I hope is its appropriate perspective. And I'm not sure how much, can you just give me a clue on the time I'm supposed to have here? 10, okay, don't want to abuse that either. So let me sort of race through this a little bit. And the reason I was late is I just came from meetings with the Chinese on the other side of time. And it was really hard, I'm sorry, it was hard, it was hard to break it off at the moment that we needed to, but also, as you know, getting from east to west in this city in this week is an impossibility. This is, you know, you don't always stand up and say in front of people that we're at a moment which is probably one of the most dangerous in all of human existence on the planet. But that is exactly where we are. This year is worse than last year better. Next year will be worse than this year, absolutely guaranteed. And we are heading to a very, very dark place unless we tap into the good side of what is happening. And there's a lot of good side out there. I believe this fight is winnable, but not if we continue with as much business as usual as we're seeing today. And the impediments are many. You heard a lot of them from the panel that was here. Political impediments, economic impediments, incentive impediments, cultural impediments, you know, denial impediments, obstruction impediments, permitting impediments. I mean, there's just a long list of impediments. And if we can't get permitting for new transmission lines from state to state, we can't take advantage of renewables across the country the way we ought to, particularly with artificial intelligence, which allows you a massive capacity to balance and to send energy where it's needed. But we can't send electrons across the United States of America. We can go to the moon, we can map Mars, we can do all kinds of things. We can't send electrons from one part of the country to the other, and we can't send molecules either. And that's what this whole fight is about, molecules and electrons, and how we're going to, you know, disperse them and use them. The plight we have is that this blanket that covers the planet and the atmosphere, put there by greenhouse gases and some super pollutants that are used in industry and other things, the combination is warming the planet. And 90% of the warming of the planet goes into the ocean. And that's having a dramatic impact, and that's why you see these massive rainfalls, higher intensity storms, is because the amount of moisture that is going out of the ocean and into the atmosphere comes down in the form of rainfall in one place or another. And in addition, the 90% heat, the 90% that's going in the ocean is changing the chemistry of the ocean more than it has been changed in millions of years. And that's having an impact on the life of the ocean itself. You couple that with the fact that we continue to burn unabated fossil fuels. I mean, if you want to sign a mutual suicide pact and continue to sort of be going down a very dangerous road, you can do it by continuing to subsidize the very problem that we're trying to cure. $2.5 trillion over the last few years on an international basis, globally, have been subsidizing the problem, the exploration of oil and gas, which is then burned and used in ways that are irresponsible. So the culprit, folks, is emissions. Some people don't like to hear that, to say, no, the culprit is actually oil and gas industry. Well, there are places where certain entities, and I'm not here to make an excuse for any of them, but they are capturing. And they are. In Norway right now, there's a plant, a friend of mine visited the other day, which is, it's a steel plant, but it's using the emissions, it's putting them underground immediately, and therefore has a neutrality. Now, if it has a neutrality, it's hard to say, hey, you can't operate. But the challenge globally is obviously that this isn't happening. There are 500 gigawatts of coal-fired power in the building, construction, and planning stage in Asia alone. 350 of those gigawatts are China alone. And if that is brought online, it completely negates all the gains of the United States and of Europe between now and 2030. That's how serious this is. And we already see people migrating around the world as a consequence of what is happening. Africa with its 40-year drought and the possible food basket of an entire continent being destroyed, the possibility of tens of millions of people moving around. And we've all seen how the politics of so many parts of the world have changed as a consequence of massive migration. We saw it with Syria, where Turkey even weaponized it and would crank up the dial, and people were pushed out into Europe. And we've seen what came out of that in terms of hardcore right-wing politics of Germany and France and other countries in Europe. So it changes, has a profound impact on the options we'll be able to implement in the future. Now, good news. Things are happening at a rate that I find really encouraging. And I am optimistic because of that. When I took this job in 2020, or 2021 when I started, we were headed towards 3.74 degrees of warming on the planet. Now, at least, the IEA can tell us that if everybody did everything they promised to do in Glasgow and then in Sharm el-Sheikh, we would be at 1.8 degrees and 1.7 degrees respectively by 2030. Problem is, we're not doing everything we promised to do. I even read today in the paper, Rishi Sunak is thinking in Britain of pulling back on some of their environmental commitments. There's no scientific rationale for that, but I'm sure you can all pinpoint what the rationale is. So, folks, we have to be able to do what we need to do to win this battle. And that means bringing to scale, which is part of the topic of this panel, bringing to scale the things that we know are working and that can work. Now, we have created a number of entities through the COP process, our office and the administration, that specifically accelerate this transition. First Movers Coalition. We have 85 of the biggest corporations in the world, most of them from America, that have made decisions to buy green now, to send a market demand signal that will begin to change the production. So steel, we're producing green steel. Air people, there are a number of entities, the United Airlines, Boeing, Delta, Salesforce, Apple, who have joined together to say 5% of the operations that we engage in are going to be on sustainable aviation fuel. In the case of Maersk, Yara, MSC, all shippers, they have agreed that they're going to build now. Even though it's not, the demand's not there, they're going to create the demand by building carbon-free ships. And you'd be amazed how they're really racing beyond their own projections. The same thing is happening with electric vehicles. It is moving so fast at this point, much faster than anticipated, though not as fast as it could and should be, but it's already changing the projections of the IEA with respect to the demand for oil and gas, which they now predict will have a terminal decline in this decade before 2030. That's a game changer, a total game changer, because that demand will, the reduction in that demand will compound as more and more people begin to buy, and you're only on an up rate here with respect to electric vehicles. And no politician, I know we're all watching what's going on nationally, you know, if a president came in who didn't believe in climate and wanted to go in the opposite direction, let him do it, because I got news for you. No politician can turn this around. The marketplace has now decided to move. The only thing we needed to do more is find ways to bring to scale the things that are happening. But, you know, Ford, General Motors, Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW, these people, they're not going to go back and say, oh gosh, we have a new president, now let's retool our plants again and go back to internal combustion engine cars. Not happening. Just like in many parts of the world, major corporations know they have to do their Scope 1, Scope 2 reductions, ultimately Scope 3. They know because of ESG and boardroom discussions now and shareholders who are holding people accountable. There's a transition underway. I absolutely guarantee you, folks, the world will get to a low carbon, no carbon economy on a global basis. The only issue is, will we get there in time to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis? And that is what the IPCC warned us about in 2018 when they said, you guys now have to take 1.5 seriously. 1.5 was a throwaway in Paris. It was really 2 degrees, well below 2 degrees. Now, you know, well below 2 degrees, I don't know what it means to you, but to me, it ain't 1.9 or 1.8 or probably 1.7. So it's somewhere in the vicinity of 1.5. But they came out and said, you got to hit 1.5. And we are now at 1.1. Everything you see happening is happening as a consequence of 1.1 degrees. So we literally, even in our own calculations of what we're willing to accept, are ready to go to 1.5, which is about a 1/3 increase of where we are now. And you see the damages being done and the possibility that the Arctic and the Antarctic and the permafrost, those catastrophic events are unfolding as we sit here, and they are irreversible. So we really got to get cooking, folks. And the things we need are money more than anything else in the world. The last 3 years for me, every president of a country I sit with, every finance minister, environment minister, hey, I'd love to build renewables, but it's expensive. Technology, actually, it's less expensive than any other form of energy, but for them it is expensive in a lot of third world and developing and emerging economies. So they need to be able to deploy alternatives, and we need to help make them available, and we're not sufficiently. The developed world is not doing, global north is not doing what global south needs sufficiently to escalate this transition. Nor are we even doing what global north needs to make it happen faster. And that means deploying, you know, far more renewables at this point in time, accelerating the commitments financially to the new technologies, hydrogen, battery storage, battery of one kind or another, direct air carbon capture, you name it. So those are the things that will accelerate this transition. They're meaningful and they can happen. But we have to get, not you know, yes, it's important we do the 100 billion that was promised in Paris, promised actually before that, I think in Copenhagen, and then ultimately, you know, was due 2 years ago. This year we will hit it. We will hit it. But what do you do when you have a Congress that won't pass anything that has the word climate in it? And when you literally can't fund some of the things we need to be funding. You go look at the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a tremendous boost. Unbelievable what's happening as a result of that. And that's one of the things that gives me enormous encouragement here and sense of optimism is that is really working. And it's already, that's one of the reasons why these projections on the demand for oil and gas are going down. So my friends, we're doing something else. I'll sort of wrap up with this. How do you then really address this challenge, which is real, which, by the way, has no politics in it for us? Honestly, President Biden, there's no political quotient of this. This is about mathematics and physics and some chemistry and biology on which you make your determinations about what you're going to do. And the mathematics and the physics tell us, if you don't reduce your emissions by 43% minimum by 2030, you can't get to net zero 2050. It's that simple. So if we're serious, we've got to do what we've got to do in these next 7 years. And that means deploying not billions of money, it means trillions. Now, no government in the world has enough money to be able to make this happen. None. No matter what the willpower. This only happens, folks, if we harness the power and energy and ingenuity and creativity of the private sector. That's how this is going to happen. Because people are going to see money in them thar hills, and they're going to go out and they're going to build, you know, they'll find an electrolyzer that works better and bigger. They'll get more hydrogen faster in affordable ways. We'll break through here in different ways. And I see that happening all through the food chain economically today. They're brilliant people working on all kinds of things, from Bill Gates working on nuclear power in Wyoming to the new scale power in Idaho, to the SMRs, the small modular reactors. I was just in Romania, where we are pushing them to develop. They are pushing themselves, and they want our help to do a small modular reactor. We've got 4 nuclear plants that are going to be built in Poland, Westinghouse. There's an enormous amount of money to be made in this transition in making it possible. So I've abused the time a little bit. I apologize for that, but I just tell you folks, we're sort of on the brink here. We can do this. We have, major industries are now buying into the notion they've got to act. So we're producing green cement, just not at scale yet. We're producing aluminum. Steel is now being produced green. Number of plants being built. So we're coming at it the right way. Just we haven't leveraged a sufficient amount of money to really unleash the full power of the marketplace on this. And I'm convinced that the next few years are going to determine whether or not we do. The next COP, the COP we have in Dubai in December, is really critical. And yesterday we had some meetings, some discussions with some of the oil and gas folks. Gas is going to be part of the transition. It has to be. And by the way, nuclear does too. The scientists and the people who crunch the numbers have made clear to me, you can't get to net zero 2050 without some nuclear. And by the way, I'm a Navy guy. I was in the Navy and I operated. I wasn't on a nuclear ship, but I operated with them. And I can tell you that, we have, since 1954, we've had ships plying the oceans of the world on nuclear power. Sailors living feet away from these mini reactors. We've never lost a sailor. We've never had a spill. We've never had an accident. And the new technologies that are coming along are dealing with waste and proliferation and meltdown capacity. And they're passive in the sense that you don't need an intervention of a mechanical or computer-driven something in order to prevent it from going out of whack. It'll shut down automatically. So I think the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and others are going to decide it's clean power. We know it works. Why aren't we deploying more of it? President Biden is 100% behind this. He wants to accelerate it. So that's why I see the possibility here of winning. 7 years before the measurement is made about where we need to get to. And obviously that's not precise. A year up ahead, a year behind. You can make it if you're on the right track. So my friends, I hope everybody here will just be super seized by the reality that this is a potential catastrophe for human beings, but it's also potentially the creation of the greatest marketplace we've had since the Industrial Revolution, of creating a cleaner, healthier, safer planet and economy. People die 7 million a year just from the bad air quality around the planet. Just think of that. 7 million people every year because we don't choose to get rid of the particulates in the air. That's insane, not to mention subsidizing it. So I hope everybody here will redouble down. When you leave here, think about ways you can make a difference. Investing is one of the critical ones. Pushing people to be held accountable is another. And making sure that we don't overlook any realistic opportunity to pull ourselves back from this abyss. We can do it. Thanks all very much.
This concludes our session. Thank you for attending. We kindly ask that you make your way out of this room and continue your conversations in the hallway. Thank you.